Chest engraved and gravy. You my chips and tight, but only thing I keep from you is script and not the way that you on red suit, bitch, your hips so right, I'll be like, damn. It's like I'm on this battle, the feeling was a crime. They gon' have to put me under the jail. You probably get a beat, like how I did everything from legs to feet, my shit, my feet, but you know I care for you. And anytime this nigga say it for you, these feelings I only say it for you. This makes it a little more clear for you, yeah. Bad boy, B2K, yo, oh, talk to him, buddy.
Sorry, Matt. Okay, just do it real quick.
You doing over here?
Live streaming.
Oh, live stream.
Yeah.
Was for YouTube channel?
It's through my YouTube channel.
Okay.
But yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
G's on it. I push it through 700 AMGs on it. Bitch, you can't see the ice that be my sleeves on it. You know the dresses on the punch script. Stretch legs with a chauffeur. Never sober. Red touch the road like a trappy rover. Against the logic, homo, the puff at the green scene. Yes, I hope. Platinum next, platinum whips. Nobody got no platinum hips. That's good with me. Platinum backs right. I come to the boys about platinum shit. Little boys like 25 with cats get slapped. Yeah, niggas want like 45 with cats get clapped. Yeah, I mean, ain't shit with that one. I'm running that bitch. All the world, you rock it. Yeah, that's it. Come on. Sorry if I come on disrespectful on my combo. It's a little bit too sexual. My name is incredible. We will fix it because the content songs something sexual. But anyway, let me explain it. A buddy isn't even beneficial or branded. A buddy is a buddy that only completed with. It's a hard buddy, it's a buddy that feels. And maybe I'll be calling so good. And maybe I'll be so let's exchange visits and later appraise. It's a different type of commitment. Talking about a true friendship. So when I get the pen, I'll let you down no matter what. You know what I'm feeling, cause girl, it'll be fly. You and my baby, no, you didn't try.
Good. Yeah. It's cool. cool. Yeah. It's cool. Yeah. It's cool. It's cool.
did the game. I did the game boarding room, Indian game boarding room. I think it was the Indian desk. I think so. Let me check. I did the game. I did the game boarding room, Indian game boarding room. I think it was the Indian desk.
So it was a struggle, but it was all worth it. So I just want to give a few acknowledgments to the people who helped me make this happen. So shout out to First Day with the shirt on here. He's the one who helped the bag stay up till 3 a.m. Actually, the bag was lost in transit for a little while, but with God, it was found. So we got our bags. Shout out to our volunteer help, Rashana right here. She's at SLP. Shout out to our lovely host, Ayan and Alexis in the front. We have lovely Mr. Walter who's been up there. Get the whole building back here. We got the drinks and the food. You got like the drinks and the food this morning? I know, because y'all been eating it up real quick. So it's getting good. So I'm happy. Photographer and DJ right here. These are my close friends. With the shoe bar. Yeah, and with these two shoes, I make y'all feel good all day. I hope you guys took a look at the vendor tables. There's 12, a variety of vendors, 12 of them. So just shop on black-owned businesses and just vibe for a minute with them. So give a round of applause for everybody who came. Okay, so photo booth is later. She'll be in at 4 to 6. So y'all can kind of go over here where the restroom is. Take as many photos as you want. And then we have a little photo up there. That's real cute. But we're going to be here all day, all morning. So y'all get comfortable, get live. If you have any questions, let me know. This is a very, very chill environment. We're going to get into some things. We're going to have conversations, ask questions. I like the small space, so if we need to give you guys a mic, we can talk or ask questions on there. Variety of sessions. So starting at the late PT time, but that's okay. We'll start with the first session, which is bio or dialect. So we have a replacement person because Jeff Washington was unable to get on set. We got JRC, the SLP, going to take her spot. We're going to get into things with just everything dialect and how to say good kids, okay? What else? The restroom is over here to the left. I don't know if you guys park in a safe area. I don't know tolls or tickets. Y'all know DC is. So if you need to ever step out, just kind of walk out here silently and then go kind of handle your business. Introduce my co-host.
I'm excited to be here with y'all today. I had an opportunity to speak to some of y'all, so just learn yourselves and I hope that we all can soak up and learn new things and meet new people.
So this is the first of many, so just you guys get a little prelude of what's going to happen next. So we heard Ashton is in New Orleans next year, so it's getting lit. So hashtag Black SLP Magic will be in New Orleans in conjunction with social scenes. So we're going to do something that's fun and big for us, just so we can have a better time in today and just keep improving. So this was all done guys, so don't be too hard on me. I try to make it as comfortable and as beautiful as possible. I know sometimes it's cold outside and I can't, control that, but I just hope you guys enjoy the time and the space here. All right, so first we're going to bring up Julian Bradford Thomas. Mecca Lewis. Jordan Carroll. All right, so you guys can take a seat. Ooh, the fall. That's all right. Here, the teas and being still outside. So, all right. So now we're done. So I'll pass it over to just the panelists so we can kind of get to know them. Their bios are in the folders. So I hope everyone has a chance to look at their folders for some time. Get kind of a gist. This conference, they are a platform for entrepreneurs or just private practice where you can do some billing, documentation, all that. So they're offering HIPAA compliant as well. So they're offering 2 months free for attending today's conference. So I'll pass it over to Julie. Well, Jordan, since you have the microphone first, you go ahead and introduce yourself and we can get into it.
Jordan Carroll, aka JRC, SLP. Here, my voice came because it was lit. I guess. So bear with me, but I'm so happy to be here. Thank you everybody for coming. I feel about these spaces, anything about me. So yes, thank you. What I do, I'm a psychologist. I advocate for everything about Black and Brown people. Period.
Hi guys, I'm Juliet Thomas Bradford. I am the founder of Sisters in Speech Therapy and Ophthalmology. I am so happy to be here. Thank you for inviting me. This is beautiful, and I love my Black and Brown sisters. And as a professional, I am a speech pathologist. I've been practicing for 27, going on 28 years. So I've done a little bit of this and a little bit of that, but I love mental.
Say people that they
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mecca Lewis. I'm a speech and language pathologist. I work in early intervention. I work in a school, no longer a student, but I work with the majority of Black and Brown children. So yeah, I'm really, really excited about this.
All right, so since we kind of got a gist of today's talk, let's just be real. Can someone in the audience tell me what's the biggest concern they see with our kids in the school systems? Anyone? Go ahead. Over-identification, yes. So let's get into that. Jordan, what are your thoughts on over-identification?
I see this all the time. I have a lot of students. So in DC, we have this new program where it's site, I think. So they do all of the testing for students under 5 years old, and then they just get placed on a caseload if they qualify. So I get no review of these students before they're placed on a caseload, and so many students are placed there just because of the dynamic difference. They don't need me, like, you're wasting my time, I'm wasting yours, So that's something I see all the time is the over-identification with articulation, like the A and B we're talking about. There's something else.
I think over-identification is a problem. I a lot as a contractor, so I don't write the IP. But I go ahead and do it. So when I see an IEP that has a TA and all that, when I meet with this student, as long as they can make it, we good, and we don't talk about that anymore. We're on to
what I think is a real problem. They're reading comprehension and all the political questions. But I think it starts with us that those systems say, hey, this is not this goal, this is not appropriate. I have to be the ones to speak up and say it. A lot of times they're not aware, although in school that's being taught. Glossed over may take into account. If it's a disorder, if they can't produce it during the test, then they're going to put it down. So we just have to make sure that we're using our voices when we see that happening.
So as I mentioned, my faculty background, but not only the student population, but also the powers that be. So very unique situations. Superintendent black, assistant superintendent black, everybody black. Everybody black. So I don't so much see of the language. I see over identification of other disorders and things of that nature. But
Like, let's get into it, like what? This is a safe space, and we're getting into all of it. Also, side note, I hope you guys have your journal, so we are taking notes, we are writing down things, so that's also a good thing.
Unnecessary diagnosis. Unnecessary diagnosis of behaviors. I was speaking earlier. I had this student. I work in the high school, and I'm like, I am not the one that you need to be seeing right now. Therapist, because her therapist in one session let out like everything that he's gone through for his life, and I'm just like, okay, like, who do I call? What do I call? Like, it just was very, very heartbreaking.
So you find yourself like correct me if I'm wrong, being more so a counselor in these situations with these kids rather than actual intervention.
In the middle school and high school arena, actually no, I'm going to say in every arena, even earlier to mention you're a counselor. 100% I'm counseling. I went into a home, mom to the mother. Like, what do I do with that? I'm supposed to be, seeing the child, but, I'm counseling the whole family. I'm not a counselor, not a psychologist, so I'm not doing that, but, you know what I mean? I'm talking to the family, I'm dealing with things that, at school I didn't think that I would or was going to.
Did that 14-year-old feel more comfortable talking to you because of the color of your skin?
I don't know. I want to say that it was more so because I'm just a really charming and warm and open person. but it very well could be because, as I said, a lot of our staff is someone of color, so he has access to people that would like him. So walk into the IEP, automatically start asking questions and all the questions that you're directed to me, we have an ally in the room. So I just happen a lot.
Did you have something?
So, why do you guys, can everybody hear me? Yeah. So, I guess being with you, being that heavily in our curriculum, in our graduate coursework, we can use technology in order to pass the practice. I think this is a continued subject or a continued area that is being overlooked in our field, in our practice.
Well, yeah, it's not heavily prevalent in the coursework. I think you have a different perspective because you went to Howard.
That is true.
Many people, yes, many people do not get any of that. Like, I know some people come into my group, so one thing that I created is like an AAU reference sheet so that you can take it to meetings, you can take it with you when you're testing the kids.
The difference. We have all these changes we want to do, but yet I'm in school, I have to only have so much I can do, right? So how do we address that, but also pass our classes?
That's most important. So let's start with that. You need to do what you need to do to pass the class. Like, don't go in there. I push it. Like, will this be covered? I know this is going to come up in my career. This I'm going to talk about. Can we bring someone in to talk about about this because y'all are white and don't know what you're talking about.
That's a good one. Good one.
Period. And I'm available, okay? But yes, that's the thing, like, request it. If they don't know that you want it, what are they gonna do? It's gonna keep throwing the same thing that's going, you know.
So many resources. You're not gonna learn everything you know in school here. So much, there's so much to learn and know. So even if you get AAC, there'll be other topics that you didn't enough of. So there's tons of resources, especially on AAE, by a lot of Black speech pathologists. Make sure you do your own research, search for resources that you can use to help your kids. We can't. It's up to. I stopped requiring ASHA, even though we pay our own research. Search for resources that you ASHA can help your kids. I feel we can do as well. It's up to. I stopped requiring ASHA, even though we pay our own research. Search for resources that you ASHA can help your kids. I feel we can do as well. It's up to. I stopped requiring ASHA, even though we pay our own research. Search for resources that you ASHA can help your kids. I feel we can do as well. It's up to. I stopped requiring ASHA, even though we pay our own research. Search for resources that you ASHA.
Science and books, that's amazing to have that as well. But a person, like, you can actually reach out to a person. You can reach out to Jerry. You can reach out to myself. I actually started an Instagram account for AAE for the SLP because I want people to know that, you know, this is a thing, and you can reach out to an actual human being to, you know, help you through this. And so we're just about helping each other
We're just
out.
about helping each other. So we turn to your neighbor and say, I'm here for you. I'm here for you. Other neighbor and say, I'm here for you. They're here for each other, and that's why I decided to start this hashtag. That's why I feature on my page these beautiful women every week. Because as you know, like Ms. Julia said, you don't actually there for support, but they're not there for purpose. So you have to find your purpose in people who look like you, and that's why I'm here. Okay? Like Ms. Julia said, you don't actually but they're not there for purpose. So you have to find your purpose in people who look like you, and that's why I'm here. Okay? Like Ms. Julia said, you don't but they're not there for purpose. So you have to find your purpose in people who look like you, and that's why I'm here. Okay? Like Ms. Julia said, but they're not there for purpose. So you have to find your purpose in people who look like you, and that's why I'm here. Okay? Like Ms. Julia said, but they're not there for purpose. So you have to find your purpose in people who look like you, and that's why. Right. So should we leave dialect alone and let it be what it is? And you have to find your purpose in people. What's your thoughts?
I was going to add to that. I mean, I feel like assessing whether it's necessary. So I think Jordan wanted to add to that.
Yes, I was just gonna say, shout out to Dr. Hanson. If you are unfamiliar, she does amazing research on AAE. She talks about AAE from a point of deficit. That's how deficit, and that's not the case. We talk about what they didn't do instead of what they did do, which we should talk about what they did do. But yes, I agree completely. I don't address if they're intelligent. Like I said, I'm doing these cases, and I can't change until the annual review is done. I'm not doing that goal. Literally, I just did prior support today, just to, like I said, this goal is not going to address because it's too intelligible. Like, there is no need. Don't address it, and nobody's going to question me. No, I have my reference sheet, I tell them
Right. And I think that's a great point, Jordan, to add is like, if you see an inappropriate goal on the student's IEP, don't feel pressure to make the data for it. Like, just put what needs to be said in that progress note, or you can advocate and get an earlier meeting to change that goal. So don't feel pressured at all. If you feel from your clinical perspective that this is an inappropriate skill that you should be working on with that child.
So let's get real. To my next point, Jordan, I know you had a post one time that you were talking about evidence-based practice. Practicing or evidencing on what our color. So how do we decontextualize that in this setting when we have to kind of use these standardized measures to create plan of cares? So how do we navigate that?
We can use standardized measures for testing, but is that all we should be using? That's the question. Everything we do, everything we should be culturally responsive. We should be informal and formal assessments, doing observations, interviews, talk to the kid. What does the kid want? What are his goals? What is the trouble with in school? Right? All these things should be included in your report, not just test scores and pulling goals from the assessment. Like, does it make sense? That is why I'm here. Both over and under identification. So your question, full circle moment.
Give a round of applause for this.
My report, put in my report is what we have to. I'll be like, this test is
That doesn't mean that they automatically understand, that dialect.
That is true as well.
most of them, let me just say or add that most of the standardized tests that we use, not standard or they will indicate in the manual whether they're standardized for African Americans or whatever race we're included. So we have to use, they're supposed to take those results with caution and keep that as in the back of your mind when we're making those determinations. But yeah, so that's the first thing. But I also, I think we have to also realize what dominant culture, we have to be able to go into a room and be able to communicate effectively. We have to, that's up for debate, that's the question, but I using that word, but I think, are we doing our children a disservice if we don't make sure that, because who code switches? We code switch all the time. So should our kids then be taught that skill so when they need to be able to code switch, they can do it?
AAE, I was going to say, I might use it, but my tone might change a little bit. So if
I enjoyed that question because, I've seen a lot on Instagram lately. People talk about being bi-dialectal, bi-dialectic, however you say that. Right, and I was discussing this with a fellow speech pathologist. Her name is Karina. She is currently doing doctoral work in Kansas. And I said, you know what? I don't really consider myself bi-dialectal. I don't know the word I'm trying to say. If we are to know, there are so many features of it, right? We know that. And not every AAE all of the features. There are some factors or features of AAE that will never, no matter how hard I pronounce that R, will never leave my language. So I consider myself an AAE speaker at every turn. Even speaking to you guys right now, I am an AAE speaker. I will never speak English.
I always identify with being an AAE.
I always identify with being an AAE. Now, I haven't always, just in my work and my research, and the whole code switching thing, and I've been doing internal work on what code switching means to me, what code switching is, and I'm still sussing it out, but I think that I am an AAE.
All forms and ways, and at the time, I'm like, that's just that.
And I was a little confused by that.
So are you saying with regards to my colleagues in my district,
Or just,
Your
period.
peers,
If you're,
like
if you're going,
some peers.
yeah, or if you're going to Asha and you're talking to a black SLP that you just met, like, do you feel comfortable with using a, or do you feel like you're going to be judged? Like, you so
No, I don't. I don't. Again, my district is very unique, so there are 9 speech language pathologists. And when I started, 7 of us, no, 6 of us were black, 3 were white, and currently I think there are 5 black, 4 white SOP. So again, it's diverse, so everybody black. So no, and again, just speaking back to what I just said, this is how I speak, this is how I talk. So I was actually trying to figure out, okay, where do I speak the most features of AAE? Is it with my friends? Is it with my family? Is it? And it's probably with my parents.
Yeah.
Maybe. And they are here. I really think with my grandma and my grandparents are from the South. So even with them, I think that, I try, maybe, I don't know, learn respect. I don't know what it is, but I think my most features
How are you gonna say that? Responsibility politics. Can you explain? Raise your hand if you do. Raise your hand high. Can you explain from your perspective what it is? Loud and clear. Hey, girl.
That's a good point. And children, I'm sorry, Jordan, children are fragile in terms of like their image. So you want, yeah. So I think when teaching children to code switch, I don't know, because I think you mentioned a little bit of that earlier. Like, should we kind of teach that? Was that what you were?
I don't think you necessarily teach them what you're saying is wrong. You have to
Right, right, right.
But I'm just saying, I think it's for us that we, as soon as
Yeah.
Even in front of y'all right now, I'm trying to be conscientious of how I'm speaking. Okay, I think we all,
The habit now.
but have a few drinks,
Yeah.
whatever, we might, But I'm saying, so I know it's a touchy subject, but the reality still is, until we own all everything, until we are in control of everything, we have to regulate and
That is true.
That's
true.
that's what we gotta do. If you don't feel, it, you don't feel it, and it is what it is. But you are trying to get that job, and sometimes you might have to, and then when you get it, this is me.
When I short stint while I had I dealt with when I was middle at that time, if there was a suggestion that I should work on related code switching, first of all, everyone should know every single person in code switches, even if you speak code switch in companies that hate code switch as well. All you have to do is tell the child, ask the kid, what are the various things you do in your world? Well, I play with my boy, I do football. What's different than that? Well, I go to church, dinner with your parents' house now, I'm always there Thanksgiving. So can you say things to your boys on the field if you say you're a pastor? I don't know. You know, I'm going to tell you what that's called, but why don't you do it? Because that would be rude. Okay, now what I'm going to do is have context. Successful law successful in the city. Let me give you some tools to add another way to be successful in different contexts you don't know about that. There's something you're already doing, and you say, let me add a new one for you, so you're more fluid. You're not saying this is what I'm saying. You're already doing that. It's happening in this tool. That's it.
So, correct me if I'm wrong. Is it more so focused on pragmatics, the way and how you use language, rather than dissecting the individual dialectal issues and differences and intonations that way? Is that where we're going?
I would say, personally, I don't address code switching. I feel like it's something that nobody taught me code switch. Like, there was never something that was taught to me. It might take me a message just said, everybody does it in one way or another. I personally don't feel like I code switch anymore. And I think I got to a point, a taking power, where I wanted to be myself, and I was that everywhere. And so I feel like if I go into an interview and I'm 100% myself, and that's a problem for them, I don't want to work there. That's a win for me. Like, I just feel like I'm pretty successful, and I get it 100% of the time. As far as pragmatics, I do think about and discuss like what's appropriate when and where, but that has nothing to do with our dialectal differences. It's about the language that we're using or the topic that we're talking about, and no dialectal differences. As far as respectability politics, going back to that, that's the thing that I feel we are all victims of because we are prepared to work mainstream. Our talking is right. That does not mean that what we're doing is informal or wrong. And it doesn't mean that we're not as qualified. So I feel like if I go into a room and I'm 100% myself, speaking the way that I want to talk, and I'm doing the job better than you, what can you tell me? And if we're all doing that, then what can you tell us?
I have a question about respectability politics and academics. Does that apply to that in any way?
Yeah, it's everywhere. It's really politics. It's everything that we do. It's very.
I will actually, so, again, I feel like it's a unique situation where everyone is, mostly everyone is a person of color. So I don't, not to say that respectability politics isn't there because we have every generation from Gen Z, I'm like Gen Z, to, our baby boomer population, which I love as well, where, it's very different ideas on code switching and ideas on how we're supposed to present ourselves in the classroom, in the work world, wherever you are. And I just wanted to say, when I was a school-based SLP, and I worked middle school, I worked high school, so this is an age group where they're going out into the world. I did not touch dialect, whether it was articulation, whether it was language based, whether it was pragmatics. Like I didn't even say how to speak in the classroom and this is how to speak outside. I didn't touch it because as a speech pathologist, so I know we don't like action all the time, but they say it like dialect, you don't touch it when you're in school, it's a disorder, that's what you touch. Now, maybe I'm modeling it just because that's, what I'm doing, but like not even on the basis of how to speak there, just not touched at all.
I do want to, one thing that I do like in between is spoken language and written language. There are written rules that we have to follow. There's spoken rules that we follow, there are written rules, that's how I teach the difference. I don't say anything about how to speak and that change that to this, that it's not ever discussing in my head.
So how do you deal with a parent who is African American or brown and they want their child to talk right or talk a certain way? How do you navigate that? Not only talking to the parent, but to this whole entire paradigm.
That for me has actually come up as early as early intervention. So you guys know that's the birth to 3 population, and I have actually had a mom say to me that she wants her child to speak properly. Y'all know what that is coded for. And it was just a matter of having a conversation and saying, look, they have years upon years to learn how to do that. We are not like, Mom, we can't. I'm like, no. And you have to go over the positive that the child is doing and what we can do to help them communicate, like, communicate over, proper language. So it definitely shows up. Again, the colleague that I was speaking about had a conversation. She said she had a parent that became very irate when she said to the mom, and she thought she was doing a great thing. Like, the test scores came out great. It just shows features of African American English. And the mom was just so offended, so appalled, and it took a lot of conversation to say, no, this is rule based. We have certain things and certain features, and it's beautiful, and da 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 da. Before, like, the mom even came down.
So there's a lot of parents
coaching, a lot, yes, absolutely.
Okay. Close up here. Yeah. Probably. So that's not really, So how do you explain to school? This is speech therapy. This is what it looks like. I don't do that here. Maybe someone else will treat that, but maybe not, because this is what you do. This is what you're speaking. It's not problematic. I understand how you may want to address it, but this is what it is. I just don't get the information. I'm not here to pass judgment, but I'm not treating it. So,
Questions? Anything that's pressing that you wanted to touch? Go ahead. Hey.
Just so this topic is something that I think is essential to work with too. And it sounds like we all work with it differently. And it's all about the layers of communication and communication style, like whether we speak or we don't, or we consider ourselves a speaker, but there's a wide continuum of who speaks and how it's spoken and how clear it is to other people. For my students, I work in the school setting mostly. And for my students, the main thing I focus on is not so much trying to change, correct, fix, remove the dialect. But I do want my students to be able to speak clearly and be understood. So, like when we talk about like being able to code switch, like what you were saying earlier. It's like code switching, and like you said, answer, like we all code switch, we do it all the time. But the main thing is my students, working with them on articulation, language, social skills, like it's if you say something and you don't feel like, or you get the message that you're not being understood, I want you to be able to switch it up and make yourself more clear. Now, whether that means you are flipping around some words in your sentence, whether that means you are dropping the slang, which is not dialect, but you're dropping the slang, you're not using slang depending on where you are, or whether it is you are speaking louder, pronunciating more, almost like a thing. I want you to be able to switch it up so that you can be clear and get your message understood well. And, here are some of those options and those layers for doing that.
Any questions before we kind of round it up and kind of summarize the paragraphs? Any other questions? Please.
That's what I was getting to.
A lot of our kids are being in the room over there. All the time. And what I'm finding, and you guys working in schools as well, that our kids are being from grade level to grade level, not being able to graduate with their teeth, but what are they going to do? You can't read. They're still at the level. So I said my next career, I'm actually a citizen in the law school telling us
So, around this, what would you advise? How do we protect them? How do we protect them?
well,
It's a lot.
it's a lot because I'm not a teacher. I kind of feel like we're
some people want to pass them. I don't know what this is. Put on trials. I honestly don't have the answer because I feel like the ball has been dropped.
Way before you even got there, right? We're just
I've been in the building, I'm sitting in the 30 minutes to an hour, and I find out intensive reading. What do y'all think? When y'all look see intensive reading on someone's schedule, you think they're learning to do what? Reading. So, I think intensive reading, and if you don't score on grade level, you take your PE, your extracurricular activities, electives. Oh, they're going to be reading at the end of the school year because they've got 2 intensive reading courses. Intensive reading is what is the end of this paragraph? What does the word such and such mean? Well, hello. When you get there. So, it's a problem. I don't have the answer.
But how do your intervention, what is one thing that you can do instead of attacking the whole idea? What is something that you can do to help that child?
Well, we work on because I want to know if their grade level they do it. So, but it still honestly doesn't help. I don't know how much you get. There's some do all those. It doesn't matter. You still can't understand. So, something like I said, I'm just going to start saying.
2 questions. Here we go. 2 questions. Okay.
I'm just very curious. You know what? I was when I came here, I came up here and there's so I'm gonna answer your question. Yeah. So there's this kid was talking incessantly. I was really hard. But the kid was loud and asking these questions. Mom was talking back to him and they were using these wonderful words. And he was on an airplane. So he was seeing me talking about media, that was one of our but anyway, but when I thought about a lot of our kids who are don't have that type of interaction with them, so that's the first part. Red tube. That doesn't always happen. Most of us, we probably use our kids and all that take to a library, but a lot of our kids don't have those experiences and that exposure. So that's But look, don't let them go to the dance. Don't say they can't go to the prom, and we got parents that show up. They won't show up for an ID meeting. And so we do have to take some responsibility, to say, hey, show up for this to test somebody out who has been out there to go to the dance. Or, honestly, y'all, I see kids got the Jordans on and they're dressed to the nines. They don't have paper and pencil. They come to school inadequate and prepared. So, but when I said my kids, I was going to say that, but if I were a parent, when I sit in school, my kids learn because the building is full of people who were educated right? So when parents send their kids to school, you're expecting them to learn something. So again, it goes back to someone's dropping the ball because kids should be taught when they're in school. So, but parents can have a part to play. But a lot of our kids don't come prepared, and other kids come already reading. Like right now, we used to learn to read in kindergarten. Well, no, you have to come to school already reading. Parents can't, but the education has to just to get that exposure to them. In our churches, in our social groups that we belong to, we have to really start saying it, putting it out there. If you have time on the weekend, talk to your community. Hey, we're gonna schedule a little session, talk to maybe ask them to come to church, but because we again, it's up to us to start educate our people, letting them know what's required and hey, if don't just need to come in, they're gonna be behind. And it's not.
We had a few questions. We had here.
What I see. We watching them, kind of like me. We don't know what we do. And we kind of like that. So in a way, we like the autonomy because then nobody messes with you. But then when we are a part of the team and we don't interject that I am the language specialist and communication specialist in the building, and put ourselves on those teams with those conversations, then they don't know. And a lot of times they just think we work on sound. So we do have we as someone just have to do a better job really educating people on what we do. Facebook, Instagram, we're doing that now. Hey, I'm proud of everybody able to do that. Almost. No, not everybody, but you're so just keep doing that, putting it out there and educating, because we have to just educate, and put ourselves, stop sitting in corners and feeling like, because we got these degrees, so we need to do something.
We have a question in the chat.
Yeah, I can comment. It's been a while since I worked with children, but one thing I remember is when I was doing an externship with school, who were on her caseload, she had a group session. Working with kindergarten now, quarterly organization. Up those sessions that she had with the kids who were receiving services. She tried to collect that. So throughout the year, where we made it, now they were at that level. By the time it was the school year, without them ever even having to be labeled. That's something I advocate for in a way where you speak to the administration. I need a block hour. I'm going to work with the first grade teacher. And this is the plan. We're going to work together. So before you go to the admin, you're speaking with teachers and you're saying, I know that you're having an issue with teaching. I put them on my caseload because they don't have an IQ. How can we collaborate? The people, before you can get to the admin, you are like, I need help, and there's people in the building. Consider showing them that you don't give me all these cases. Or if I pick up, if I discharge 5 kids, what I can do with the time. So the kids who need services with these kids. So when you call that, or you just don't put a label on it and that's
Okay, Jenny, you have a question.
Yeah, I want to go back to what
So I don't focus on my six, I'm working on keeping them don't part. That 30 minutes a week is not going to give me the teacher to work on confidence and the big aspect. I'm working on teaching how to improve literacy
Right. And I think I also heard a response from a source of people one time, and she said when you invite the teachers in on what you're doing, they're a little less. So that can also be a good thing. Inviting them in, like, hey, we can do this in collaboration, we can do this thing together so we can improve the child's outcome. So, Jordan, what do you, last thing we'll wrap up real quick.
Last thing I was going to say is, similar to what you were saying, is really the job of the school SLPs that are early in schools, like the early. I feel like a lot of times we're seen as like not important when like we are literally the most crucial. Like these are the preventative measures before they get to the point where it's too far gone. So I feel like once we, gain our respect and people understand how important our jobs are and like we need time to be able to do this and we need to be able to make a difference, like it's on us. And I was gonna say the same thing, like I have parents that I can't rely on, and not because they're not there for their kids, but because they're working to provide for their kids. And so like everything else is on us, and if I'm taking our responsibility, I just need it to be important to everybody else because we have to be the preventers and we have to prioritize. So like working on dialect and articulate when you can understand a kid is not important. Can they read? Can they break sounds? Do they have phonological awareness? Et cetera, et cetera. Like get down to the dirty, the nitty-gritty, the basics.
That the goals are not saying.
We have to do it. We have to be the ones to go back and figure out what the core issue is and what the real problem is so that it is subsided by the time it gets to middle school.
Yes, I had a lot of time to think about how do I protect the kids.
Okay.
And bear with me because I feel like I'm going to incorporate a lot of what everyone was saying here.
Yes.
And I think that I've come to the realization that I love early childhood because I've been there early when they are babies and I'm able to talk to the babies when they are at their most vulnerable, but also at their most receptive because they're like, my precious baby, and now, I think there's something quote unquote wrong with them. So getting in there when they're at their most receptive. With saying that, knowing that, okay, it's me as a speech therapist, speech pathologist, and mom, dad, whoever the caretaker is, we are a team, and they, I don't think they it's on a team. So when we go into school age, you have to really think about what did we used to say back in the day? It takes a village to raise a child. It takes a village, and we can't rely just on us. We cannot rely just on the family. We can't rely just on the teacher, just on one person. We have to work together. Now, like me, at my highest, I had a caseload of 90. So it is difficult. So I want to make sure that 90 or 25 schools, y'all. 90 or 25 schools. So I want to acknowledge the fact that it is difficult to build those relationships and to have that team. But if you have just that one person, two people that are in your corner to bring it all together and work on one accord, I think that is paramount. So having a village, having a team to work with that child towards a common goal. We set up here, like I said it myself, I don't work on dialect, but I'm not throwing the kid out because I do think that we need to have tools in our toolbox, or a child needs to have tools in their toolbox for when they go on into the world. But I'm not working on dialect, but that's not to say I can't talk to the English teacher. I can't talk to the ELA teacher. I can't talk to this person, that person. So it's like, all right, y'all, this is what I'm doing in speech, but I see that maybe collaboration. It's not on any community. It's not on one person. We can't leave it in one person's hands. That's how we protect the kids.
That's how we protect the kids. Okay, audience, I'm going to put a little test. I want everybody to just throw out some things on how to protect the kids. Here we go. Collaboration. What else? Advocating. Pre-literacy skills. What else? church. What else? What about dialect? What do we do about that? Delete what? Delete AP goals. Okay. What else? What else?
I would say adaptability.
Adaptability. There we go. One more for the home stretch. Amazing, y'all. We got all day. So, let's give a round of applause for our parents.
Thank you, guys.
So, right now, we're going to do the food experience. 2 years ago. But it's still important, so give it a round of applause. Yes, so I'll pass it over. So, go.
Inviting me. And can we please give the organizers a round of applause? This is my small piece. I did several events, including and then I went to Howard University in 2000. I started my in 2000, finished my master's in 2000, and then finished my PhD after my CFL in 2005. It's not too bad. I postdoc at University of Wisconsin-Madison, and I was on faculty at Hopkins School of Medicine for a year, faculty at University of Florida for 4 years, and then last year I was on faculty at University.
A lot to unpack. So, audience question, where do we want to start? So, what is the title of this, first of all? Somebody just shoot it out. What's the title of this? Okay. All right, so we will start by Karen. So, any questions? Let's start off and we'll kind of jump that way like we did with the previous. Anyone? Any questions? Yes. Hi.
And at the end of the day, you work for it. I think that they are life skills. It's really difficult, but that difficulty should not be traumatic to the word you now start to endure. Enough to learn the skills that you need to be successful in cooking.
Yes. So, I have a question about just academia when you were in school versus now. Is it the same things that you're seeing? Is it reinventing the wheel, or is it just now more publicized because people are on IG and social media and we're making it more, I guess, aware? So how is your perspective as far as what you experienced when you were going to academia versus what it is now? Is it the same? Is it different? Is it more? Is it worse?
Yeah, so if you're talking about same things, I think you're talking about what it is that people don't look like they're the best and navigate. Yeah, so in those situations, I would say the only difference now is that my experience is that I was a little bit more nervous. Especially in there's open nervous. Translate that statements, the last statements. Like don't mean anything other than the fact you should agree to write that statement in the first place, but here you are. And somehow they're looking to us for right? Not be a bad person. But if you're not a bad person, then you already in the past. So what I would urge people to do is look at faster approach. And I say absolutely kind of this is like looking at the side. One is I'm not yes. So what I specifically mean is a good example of this is now been increased in life, which is people with GPs say, oh my God, I just want you to know that I was in spoken to this way, like, I just can't believe that this person would say that. Why are you so surprised by your people? So surprised.
Why are you so? I wonder what was the response to that.
Well, they just look at me and they say, well, no, I'm actually waiting for an answer.
Yeah.
Why are you surprised by your people? I just think that, but I think he's so racist. Who are the people who are doing this? I'm not picking up with your people. What you're not going to do is you're not going to put that in my mind. How do you help you deal with your people? That's not really my problem. What did you say at the moment? Nothing. So here's why you should go back and try to fix your give you an answer. What do you feel valid you didn't say that?
Right.
Okay, yeah, I can't help you with that. Right. I'm not going to put your pain down.
And going back to, I'm sorry, I forgot your name, but the Andrea, what Andrea was saying and what you were saying about having that self-security. So what did you tell yourself at your time? Because you had your own set of challenges in your graduate program and career as well. So what self-affirmations or things did you say to yourself to maintain that security and confidence to get you through and achieve your goals?
Gladys.
Everybody our masters together at Howard. Gladys drove back and forth from Harlem almost every week. She had a 9-year-old. And then we did our PhDs together. Okay? So Gladys was there
all the time. Literally, they just stand here to us. You ain't gonna learn something you say. That same way you back in your face, you're trying to defend your dissertation. I'm like, oh, but I don't try. So there's a couple things. One is, nature and nurture. My nature, by nature, my name means gentle ruler, and I'm working on the gentle. I don't know how well it's working, but I was always naturally a very self-secure human. And then the nurture is having people like drives to tell the story to. Sometimes I'm like, is that just what happened? But if they explain it to people like that, and they're like, not only did it happen, but they were like, so it's a combination of aware of who you are, and not necessarily a natural self-secure person, but you do need people around you to justify and validate that what you experience was wrong. Right?
Imagine, right? That's why we're here.
And somebody else was a Jordan was saying that she wishes she had this when she graduated, when she was a student. And what we really need to be doing is supporting each other. Because all the time it's in work, and all the time I'm like, oh, there's so much to be learned. I literally said, at the time, I was doing my CPA in DCPS, I was like, I just sometimes I was like, I just want to be because then you don't really have to be SLP in a traditional way. You get involved, and I was at Hopkins, there's no common district government. So I had a great SLP related stuff with someone who doesn't actually get a common district government, and you don't learn it. It's because generally I find that the most vicious, malignant people are women. Why? And every time I look at me complain about white men, I remember I said to some vice chair research, she recruited me there, and I said, Rebecca, your dads, your brothers, raised some, your peers, and you're coming to me, you have access to them. I said, if I was sleeping next to a white man, I'd be 10 times richer. They're the people who run the world. I work for them, and they're my dads, and I have sex with them. And you're coming to me, I'm like, how are the people? Yeah. And I said to her once, I said, if black people, you think you're coming to talk about, I mean, I like that hand, right? It's horrible. I'm just not going to go into whether there's math involved. And once you realize, I'm not a medical person, I'm really more into education or reverse. So maybe some of those medical classes, maybe say you have to take it. It could be like, it's really traumatizing for you. If you're also dealing with faculty, she's the only black person, period. What's the name?
What's that again?
Okay, right. So this is probably a nice retreat for you to be around this, right? So we do using each other in social media, right? We need to be connected in that way as well. Sometimes it's just a matter of finding familiarity with somebody, or you're going to something to say, just like my God. Everybody needs a God somebody, right? Somebody to pour into you every now and then, right?
So would you say mentorship is also something that helps
But
you?
it's not necessarily traditional. I get emails all the time. I'm thinking relationship with people. Too much is required. Able to retire should be like a student to have these kinds of conversations with people and remind them that they can do it. And sometimes we just need to hear it from somebody who looks like that.
And I think too, like just having that confidence within yourself and that comfortability with yourself is an overlooked thing as well, because I felt like personally just developing into a woman myself, I've started to become a better clinician when my confidence increased, my self-image of myself, my outlook on myself, and being determined and knowing who you are. That definitely translated over into me having a better clinical practice, because I was able to advocate for my students more. I was able to pour into my students and make them feel confident as well, and that helped with working on the progress in terms of their skills, whatever skills we were working on in therapy. So I think just working on, like in essence, you're more than a speech language pathologist. You have to identify who you are in its totality in order to, achieve whatever you want to achieve.
Treat yourself first.
Yeah.
Treat yourself
yourself first.
It's okay. Go ahead.
Okay, I think I have like three
I'm sorry.
questions. So, listening to you speak, I know that the way you speak is you are so confident. To me, it sounds like you're a divergent thinker in a very good way. So, you know, okay, awesome. Okay, so, okay. I see a lot of myself in you, and so I'm hearing you, be confident. I'm like, yes, that's why I'm here. For this reason. Okay, and so, okay, being a divergent thinker, do you think that's appreciated in our field? And then how do you go about using that thinking into work and then presenting your ideas to others that are, different from like yeah, no, I get your question. So a divergent thinker is somebody who is able to see multiple streams of information and summate them with additional information to the extent that that information fits with what they already think. Together and say, oh, the world is new, and shut down. Most people are followers across races. Most people are conventional thinkers. Most people, like everything suffers from conformity bias. That's essentially where you want to be behind those people because when you don't conform, there are consequences. And you guys have heard of Maslow's hierarchy of needs. The third one is belonging and love. I mean, after safety and shelter and just generally you're satisfied that you're not hungry. Beyond that, you're looking for love and belonging. And so when you don't conform, you're not loved and you don't understand your wrong. It's difficult out of the box. So divergent thinkers are sort of in multiple different ways. And so the reason I'm thinking entirely is because on the side in 2018, I built out the Swallowing Training Education Program, which is stepcommunity.com. And so what it was is a place where you just dump all the thoughts that you're thinking around the world. And I just figured, well, it'll be like a clearinghouse. If people go to like swallowing that, like, an hour a month, and they get unlimited access to the content. And every year it doubles. And to the point where I was like, what I'll do is just but the divergent part is that people, other swallowologists, essentially, is that they just want to talk for like spectacular. But does your husband do your graphics? Wow. Why is it so difficult for you to understand or to believe that perhaps it's not difficult, but the first thing I found was who did it? Don't believe I did it. Right. Well, that's true.
Actions speak louder than words.
Sometimes I even can say, did you put that quality with this my version? Because I don't understand. Let that on your face. And so for years of having that experience, I learned that people actually prefer to learn where they're swallowing words like I manage images. So I just follow them. And I realized that I divergent thinker. I don't think I'm not an illustrator. I'm like, I'm not an illustrator. I can draw this for this purpose. And so I just started doing it. Because I didn't have any reason to think I couldn't do it. But I get listeners where the people ask me those questions, I probably say I'm different. I can do this. But why can't people get to the positions that I like? That was a good question. Any other questions? Yes.
Can you speak or offer advice on prospective PhD students who have to foster relationships and build spaces with a whole lot of parents that literally depend on your livelihood?
I understand Dr. Forrest specifically.
Lord.
She's my last doctoral student. Okay? And so Dr. Forrest saw everything. She just got in front row seat to everything. And I still think that I can't explain the extent to which the stuff you saw, it was the best training for you. I got to train you the white students before me because they wouldn't even get it. They wouldn't even get that they were part of the problem. Right? They say, how can you say what is it that you think? Why is it so difficult, right? It's obviously because I'm black. It's to the point where they would over-introduce me when I come in first. They would be like, guys, you have to ask the questions here because I can't even look at you like this. So the bottom line is that for prospective PhD students,
and always going to show it no matter why you're there. Almost like remember who are Simba, right? Simba still came from a great lineage, and I think he got confused because he was around people who were negative influences. He recognized the simplicity with which they are approaching you. They recognize you're dealing with given a two-headed snake and ways that they don't even understand. It's wokeness, and I'm sometimes like, can you go back to sleep? It was just easier for me. Just the things that you think you can say now are problematic. Right? So now you're living going in, if you decide to go in that circumstance, I think you have the right to ask those kinds of direct questions. What kind of history do you have with people who are addicts? Ask that directly. How well do they?
How do you repeat that question?
What kind of history do you have with individuals matriculating to the program in a format like, if I talk to them, will you do the same thing they say? Sometimes I've had friends who graduate and get talk to so and so. And then they talk to so and so, they're like, oh my gosh, yes, it's your name. What it means is a communication problem. So we need to find out if anyone's graduated from that program, and if it's not white, ask them their name.
You also talk about a lot of not changing when you get into different arenas and professional environments. Do you recommend that people, because you had a post on Instagram recently, you talked about when you were awarded, I think it was your Asher Clinical, your fellowship, that you referenced your hair and how like you weren't changing that, you were going to be comfortable in that environment. Do you recommend that people start with that persona or that perspective out the gate so that they can already develop that strong sense of self? Or do you feel that you felt more comfortable with being unapologetically you when you got established in the field?
So, I mean, I've always changed myself. Denny's right mine. There's a joke, you call me Denny's right all the time. But, I mean, my style has always been my style. My style is just success so I remember Jess saying, like, I can't believe that one person with these giant earrings almost like yours, right? I was like, look, here's the thing. I didn't have the confidence.
Right. You see the material.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. If you are competent, then you get what you showed up, the way you showed up. You showed up half-assed, and if you're worse than that, you have to walk in her space and people assume that you're not a competent person. You have a little extra to it. So you need to be competent. Guess what? It's sometimes exhausting, but it's also exhilarating. When they recognize that you are the truth in this circumstance. A lot of things to roll around, swallow arches. I mean, you're fighting. But whatever I was going to do, I knew I was going to be excellent at it. I wanted to be the most knowledgeable in the area. So whatever you're going to do, you need to be the most knowledgeable in that area because it gives you the confidence. You know what you when you're reading the room, especially winners, you walk through that space and you're like, oh my God, I see everything. But you have everything that everyone else doesn't have. And that's because you know all the things. You don't know all the things that you're going to let every little nick against you. She's on my shoe. You're going to overcrowd your head instead of look wider there. But if you are the person that has the best knowledge now.
I like that, focusing on the competence rather than letting that external piece get to you. I like that.
Questions?
This is more of a comment. Hi, y'all. I'm Rebecca. I'm a state manager currently. I work in the acute care division for county. And I just really resonate with what you were saying, and also just now with being confident in who you are when you walk in the room because like I walk into patients' room all the time and like there or family members there and they're like, oh yeah, we're waiting for the speech pathologist and I'm like, I am like
that's crazy.
why why would you believe me? Do you not like you wouldn't say that to someone else who would differently came into the room. So and I get it all the time where like people go we had a situation last week where a patient was like that I spoke to extensively, I saw him twice, I left him my name, like we had a whole thing. And he went, my supervisor and I got involved and went to her and was like, oh, I never saw a speech pathologist. So he's being complimentary to me at bedside. And it's crazy because when my supervisor confronted me about it, she was like, you know, he's pretty competent, pretty attacked. And I'm like, so why
we can cognitive bias them.
Right. And it's like, why, like, what are you trying to say? Because, why, and she was like, I just want to get your side of the story. I'm like, what side of the story? Oh, you know. And like, why you, like,
What
that's
story is
like,
there?
like, and it's like, it's crazy that, like, they don't even understand that the reason that he might have said that is because I was lucky he didn't remember that the black girl was like,
This is why that's my quote. I'm not putting anything down. When somebody comes up and thinks something, I don't have an explanation for them. I have to direct your question. Says, oh, I'm sorry, I'm going to speech pathologist and make a line.
Hold them accountable.
Answer. Why? Like classic. I already know one of you know. And there. Sometimes it's like, that's interesting. They think, well, I just thought you should know.
I have a question about this. What is their ethnicity? Okay. That answers it. Right. Right. That brings me to another kind of point, just about supervisory roles and just SLPs that are black, that are kind of the older generation. I sometimes find that it's hard to get them to turn into this mindset. I even invited some of them here, never got emails back. So how do we start within our own, right? Because you are one of the ones that are, and Dr. Perry, and Dr. Sears, and everybody here that are more conforming to what the new generation SLPs are trying to do, right? Build this community online, build this community in person. But I often feel pushback from the OGs, if you would call it, right? So how do we?
In fact, Gladys, when she said that, it's okay. Okay, this is her reason. The kids are really doing it right. We're not really good on it. It's not so much about us, them, as it is about us. I don't think that any of them is thinking that's not supposed to happen. I just think that it's things, and this is something we're doing, and we're going to push forward. And to the extent they can fill in where we ask about somebody actually connected, how to connect. I'm sure they'll do that for us. But it's just another thing, and I wouldn't let that be a deterrent.
Everybody say push forward.
Push forward.
Push forward.
Push forward.
There we go. Any other questions, audience?
So I'm from New York City. My issue is so much white people as it's the people of color that aren't black or don't want to be black. I had an issue when I first year progressive, and I had an issue with one of students in my cohort, and she told me that we were twice. It's one time and the other time, and I have a hard time addressing that because if it's a white person, I can check them. And I'm gentle also. I can check them, but when it's of color, I feel I have to educate more, but I also don't want to. I'm out of personal place, but I'm tired of trying to explain myself and tap into my own vulnerability because I have to explain to you why it bothered me and all of that. So I'm trying to find a professional way to address it because I will be working with her. But I'm also just going to try to talk to you again personally. But I don't want to do that anymore.
So my situation is just a research factor. This is I don't need a small relative or clinical practice in Britain. This is a decision they have far more physicians. I specifically remember this person who was new and didn't understand what's happening in the body so much. If I treat you, it's one of the things that really is. And immediately she looked at me and she's like, I'm sorry, is that about you? It's not about me. You know why? Because that is a reflection. I don't know what you're putting in. I don't know how to stand in this space. So the only thing I need to do is make sure that my ass is covered. How do I make sure my ass is covered? You are already deep in your ocean. That's a mission for me. What I make sure I do is go into the faculty affairs website. The place where I'm able to report it and say, I want you to understand this content. That way in 5 years when I go for tenure, you have a track record of stuff. My job is to make sure that I support it so that it doesn't happen. I know that you can think whatever you want about whoever, but the point is, I don't want to be impacted. So, eventually you should kind of college to there and after that, people want to talk about funding. Basically trying to do the work. If I can bring up the ally. That's it. Yeah, an ally. So it can happen, and it can happen in such a way where you decide that you're going to take on. You're not taking on. That's my personal opinion. It doesn't mean that when you feel sadly about it that you shouldn't. But what I'm saying is you have to make it that everything is the water. So the question is, how do they feel comfortable saying it? That's the question. The question is, why do you feel so comfortable saying that? I'm just curious. What is it about that circumstance that makes you feel that way? Push your family on them. They need to explain themselves. I don't have to be.
I like that.
Yeah, nice. Question, anyone? Yes.
So my question, I just want to make a comment. I'm Tavia Foster.
Tavia.
Graduate of Hampton University. But just know there's a lot of us who have your back, who are ready to help you along, who are ready to encourage you in any way. So don't hesitate. But I do understand that and we were talking about that when we first sat down. We were like, wow, there's so many young SLPs. Our goal is to remain relevant and to stay connected. So just know there are a lot of us out here. Don't be afraid. But it's fully bred. But I don't know. So I just want to encourage you and just know that there is a space for you. And because we live in this area, we are very aware of how little represented we are. And that has been my whole career. So I appreciate hearing your experiences. I want to encourage you. And any of you that are experiencing a place where you're not, you are the only one. Because I don't know that life, but that doesn't mean I can't relate. And that doesn't mean I can't support you in any way. Okay? So that was really what I wanted to say. Just a reminder now that to just say, hey, don't hesitate, reach out, we're here, and we're going to help you. Because we all going to help each other.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Tavia, for saying that. Tavia, I think you graduated a year before me. That's right. Yeah, and I think that one thing that's easy for you to do is to think about what didn't go well. Put all the things that didn't go well, right? So if you get feedback from your employer, they say 90 things, and number 10 seconds left, you were time there. I'm always late. It's a good important thing to say because you want to be supported by 360. Everybody, people above you, below, but always remember that the prize is behind you. The prize is ahead of you. And putting this together will get a lot of people to
Love that for a closeout. Y'all give it up for this again. Okay, so we're going to go to some things in the audience of what you got for this session like we did before. So, which kid?
Competent.
Put it down. What else you get? Put it back on them. What else?
Back on them.
Don't let everybody taint your water.
Don't let everybody take your water.
Feel good energy.
What else? I'm not taking on your fun. One more for the home stretch.
Handle your people.
Handle your Yes. All right, we're out of session. The next session will start in like 5 minutes. Y'all like that? 2 p.m. How we doing? We up? We up? We up? We up? Okay. Let's get everybody in. We're about to start session number 3. We got 2 more after this, and then we're gonna party, catch your planes, and relax, go home, breathe after this long weekend. How y'all feeling about it so far? Yeah? Yeah? Okay, so we're going to start introducing the new parent. So this session is called what? What? Okay, what is that? I want to be a boss. So I'm so honored to announce these 2 beautiful bosses. We have Kenton here, and Dr. Wooster here. Woo! Okay, so I'll pass it over to them and let them introduce themselves, and we'll get right into it. First of all, how's the food, everybody? Huh? Torch? All day long? Okay, cool. We got any last things coming in? You know what's all right, cool. I'll say things in stack. Okay.
All right. Hey, guys. Hey. Because if you cannot hear me, my sister is going to have a whole house. She is streaming, but hopefully you can hear me. My name is Quintina. I am a speech pathologist and CEO of the Pediatric Speech Lab. Okay.
Hello, my name is Christina Roaster, and I am an SLP in Maryland and DC. I have a private practice called Claire and Words Therapy, and I also still work in school systems. Every kind of public schools up here in this area.
All right, cool. So now we're going to start the question. The car's ready. So go ahead.
Okay, so I'm just gonna jump right into it. Which one do I want to ask first? Okay. Well, I just want to start with what has, because owning your own business and being an entrepreneur, what has being an entrepreneur taught you guys? About, it could be about life, about the profession. What has it taught you? Jumping right in.
But it taught me a lot for sure. I mean, I'm still learning day by day. And as I was talking to someone before this, and I was like, I was having some, and what we were talking about before, even with the imposter syndrome, I was even having some of those thoughts like, they invited me to talk about being a boss, and I still also work for somebody else, so should I really be up here? And the answer is yes. But I still have some of those questions myself, but I'm constantly learning from people. One of my best friends is also a private practice owner. I learn from her all the time. So I think one of the biggest things that I've learned is having the right people to ask for help, asking for advice, to look to motivate you when you're like, I don't know if I can do this. But having those people that can like just kind of talk that you can talk to, and they can kind of speak life into you when you are just feeling like you are struggling with things, I think is just so important. But also even just people who can help with the logistics side of things, because as we all know, we did not, most of us, I believe, did not have a business class in grad school, so a lot of it you have to learn as you go. So I think a lot of it is having these people that you can ask who are those experts in those areas, like legal matters, financial matters. So
Quick audience question. Raise your hand if you plan on opening a private practice eventually. Listen,
Can I just chime in on the question? So one of the things that really, honestly, I've needed in my entrepreneurial journey is a rock. And that rock is I mean, things can happen and things can be so confusing at times. And one person might get fired, or somebody else might leave, or they might not show up. But Jesus has always made a way for me. And I'm talking about one person leaves, next thing you know, I get an email. One person never shows up, next thing you know, I get a call from Howard University telling me they need clinical placement. So just definitely knowing spiritually what you're grounded in, because just like the Bible says, if you're upon a rock, you're firm foundation. And if you're on sand or, something can blow you and you're deterred. So definitely knowing your spiritual rock has definitely helped me. And then also having people that co-mentorship that I can depend on. Ebony is in the back. A lot of you know her from getting the SLP contract queen. Yeah. And so that is my business bestie. Literally have known each other for years now, but you guys, we just met in person on Friday. So knowing that you have people from around the world to support you here. So having support spiritually and then also having support by your fellow colleagues. Amen to that. I came from church to here. Yeah.
So let's kind of really back in, right? So we have students here, we have a lot of people here in their different clinical journeys. Where do you start with this ideal of private practice? Because I think about it, I'm like, but some people are like, yes, like I saw in here, almost half of the room wants to open one eventually. So how do we start? Where is the focal point? Where do we begin?
I would say starts with a thought, right? And so what you have to do is put fuel behind that thought to get where you need to go. I always tell the story about how I started in speech pathology. It was not because I was at the hospital, nothing like really heartwarming. And I tell my mentees this all the time, you will find your specific place. And so I started with speech because my sister, Dominique Robinson, she actually brought her first paycheck. And the check said $4,000. And I was like, okay, this is the field I need to be in. I went to school and I absolutely fell in love with it. And so starting private practice, basically, that would keep hearing me say Jesus. I'm sorry, that's just. And so literally, I don't know if you guys have seen, I tell my mentees this all the time too. I don't know if you guys have seen like the meme on Instagram where it showed like this girl she was in a cubicle and she was like 5 times the size of the cubicle. You get to a place in your life where you feel like this is not enough. Like I told someone earlier, I was on a job that I loved, and I love this job. Like I woke up in the morning, I'm going to work, that's what I'm going to do. But getting to work and realizing, oh my goodness, I'm not really supposed to be here much longer. So identifying where your path is, what you need to do, and what you need to do to get there. You will know when things become bigger than you. So just really be in touch with where you are now and where you want to go. Decide that thought that you have of doing it like everybody else, making sure that you're doing what you need to do to get there. And then also, logistically, you're saying starting, but I'm saying spiritually, that's how I started. But start definitely with somebody who can start credentialing you. So you want to be credentialed with the insurance companies. I can talk more about that. Identifying a mentor, like you mentioned earlier, we didn't really have mentors. So I literally jumped out on my own and figured it out, like blind. But you guys don't have to do that because you have people like me, everybody in there who's private practice owners to let you know, okay, start with this. And the first thing I started with was credentialing with insurance companies.
So for me, I kind of stumbled into it, to be honest. I will say that I had always wanted to, like I said early on, I didn't know that I wanted to be a speech pathologist probably since like my sophomore year of high school, and probably. But I had always said, like, I want to go to private practice and I want my doctorate. So saying that, but even going through the field and kind of some discouraging things that happened in grad school with my thesis experience, that turned me off to getting a doctorate. Well, I went to Maryland, a PWI, and there were definitely some experiences from the staff and just not getting enough support with my thesis. I had a mentor, my chair of my dissertation, or of my thesis. She stretched very thin, and that's not to make an excuse for her, but because she stretched so thin, she did not give me the support that I needed, and she was just kind of like, here's the topic, and I was already in her research lab, so it was kind of like I was told pretty much, you're going to do a thesis, there's no question, you don't have the option of doing the comps. If you are in a research lab, you just do a thesis. So I didn't really have a choice on my topic as much as I wanted to, because I was already in her lab, so I pretty much had to use her data. And then she kind of left me to figure out all the stats and all that on my own, and I was like, this is not my thing, that is definitely not my thing. And then when it got to the point where I was actually defending and at the table, there were other people asking me questions of like, oh, why did you look at the data this way? Why didn't you analyze that way? And I'm looking at her like, yeah, why didn't we look at it? Why didn't we analyze it that way? And she was like, with them, like, oh yeah, like you should have done it this way. I'm like, this is what you were for. Like, you are a chair of the department and the chair of my committee, so you should have been guiding me along the way. So I ended up having to read it again 3 months later, and I was already working as a CF, and that was traumatic because I'm struggling and trying to get all the things in place for my CF and redoing my thesis. So it was just a lot. So I was like, I don't know if a doctorate is really in the cards for me right now. And so I ended up getting my doctorate in education instead of speech because of, I think, still probably that experience in grad school. But either way, I had always said that I wanted to get my doctorate and I wanted to have private practice. And as far as the private practice, when I first started, I really started with a couple like friends, like family friends and their friends that were like, oh, well, you should see my son, he has Down syndrome. Did you see him on the side? And at first I was just like, that sounds like something for a private practice owner, like someone with at least 10 years of experience should be doing. I was only in maybe like my second year at that point. But eventually I was just like, I guess I could just try this out. So now I think it is a lot more common for you to be earlier on in your career to start your private practice, and I'm so grateful for that because I always had that idea that you had to be at least 10, 20 years down the line, and that is definitely not true. So many of my friends have started so much earlier. And so after I started seeing about 2 to 3 clients just kind of on the side, I was like, I should probably make this. So I got, all those things in place for like my LLC and getting other, I started going to like the small business association meetings in my area just to start getting a feel for what I needed to put in place.
Yeah, so you kind of spoke a little bit about, what made you become an entrepreneur, what made you start your own private practice. Because, like what point in I know you spoke a little bit about like you realized that it was getting too small for you and you wanted to move on to something else. Like, what was that moment like, or what was that, you described that time that put that fire under you to say, it's time to start my private practice?
What was the threshold? What was the moment?
Yeah.
So I'm very content. So let me just back up. I left my job in 2 years ago, and it was right before COVID had started. So you guys, I literally put in my resignation in February. Y'all know COVID hit.
Y'all were like, woo, that was a look for you.
So I'm like, Jesus.
Let's talk right quick.
So, at the point where I was leaving, I dove myself. I took a nosedive into the word. And every time I was so skeptical about leaving, it's like God aligns certain people in my life. He aligns certain words. And so when I was thinking about leaving, I said, I'm going to dive into the word. And everything that everything spoke to me. So T.D. Jakes talked about his book out there was sore. I mean, it just aligned. It was so strategic. Like, and then I realized, okay, I really have to take off. I can't continue to sit here and become stagnant. I really have to, like, it's time to go. So the thing about it is as well, as much as you don't listen to God, you're still being disobedient, right? So if I was to stay there and I was scared. I'm like, you want me to leave and try to figure this out on my own? But I knew that I had innate capabilities. So those capabilities were, if you know that you've always been a nurturer, I've always been a nurturer. I cater to my son like no other. People look at me like I'm sick, but that's just how I am. I'm a nurturer. I've always been like an office manager, administrative assistant, so I knew that I could handle it. But that exact moment was on Christmas break when schools are out for like 2 weeks. And so I sent my supervisor an email basically saying that, I won't be returning after February. And so at that moment, I felt like I was being disobedient. If I would not go and take the leap of faith to open up a private practice, I'm being disobedient. And honestly, it really was not about the money. It was very simple. But even if it wasn't about the money, it was about God is telling you to do something. You're going to do it and be obedient and scared out of your mind, or you're going to be disobedient and stay in one place. You don't realize that God wants us in overflow. Like check to check is not where God wants you to be. He wants you to experience the land of milk and honey. So if you're at a job, you can definitely stay there, but like Christina was saying, she opened up with a few clients. So that's how I opened up. Just think, 1 or 2 clients, that's it. Or 3 clients. And in this field, you can definitely flow in the land of milk and honey. You don't necessarily have to be a private practice owner, but you can have your thing on the side to do. So in short, over a break, I decided, yeah, this is it. I have to be obedient, and I really did that. Do we have any questions at this time? Yes.
So for kind of like, I wouldn't say you, but for current donors who, maybe like in the year, like their first or second year. So, the saying, you got to spend money to make money. So what advice can you give me for, I guess, like people who come with that scarcity mindset, where they want to move forward, but they know that they're not the case, and like they can make more investments?
So, I actually, as soon as people say, don't take out loans, oh my goodness, it's like this huge thing, don't do it, don't do it. But I was actually given a grant, so that, and do again, as soon as I left the job, COVID started and I was given a grant. So I always told myself, I'm not going to quit my job until I have $6,000 in the bank. That grant was for $20,000. So definitely, if you decide to do that, Fallon, right?
Yeah.
Well, she didn't say her name, but I know Fallon. But yeah, what was the question? Like not going all in versus, sorry, I was excited. But yeah, when I first started, just get that goal in your mind that you want to reach before. Because obviously, if you're going to start a private practice and you're going to start hiring people, you're going to have to pay them, right? So being very strategic as to how you will hire, if you're going to work in your business versus on it at the moment, because you'll continue to go from level to level. So just definitely setting goals to say, okay, this is what I need in order to jump out to start full time. Yes. Yeah.
Quick comment. So on Thursday, I was invited to be a talk for ASHA called Business Advice in Business. And I specifically called it Business Advice in Business, Blog Creativity and CSD. And so I talked about an article about why the field of speech pathology is going to fail if 50% do not start this year. And the reason is you can't keep expecting to learn training recognition now everything else, why is there no black people?
Why is there no black
I'm working
people?
on it. I'm working on it. There are so many things that we do that are creative that we can basically, parlay the skills that we have in this area and make a business out of it. When I took this step, I was telling somebody else, I was a full-time mom, wife, I had several doctoral students, I had several NIH grants, and I was teaching 2 to 3 classes. I didn't have to teach this month. I had no idea that would be the thing that saved me from the entity that was pulling me. You have to start somewhere. And sometimes you're starting not because you have, I get this, the scarcity mindset question is critical, right? Because you only want to do it in study service. So you have to start with something. And it doesn't have to be a private practice where infrastructure is necessary. It can be anything that you have that you can use the SLP that solves the need that you need. And then you can work forward.
Yeah, and I just want to add that there are also still private practice if that's what you choose to do, and I know you already have, because we definitely talked about this already, without that much overhead. Because I still don't have that much overhead because I do not have a clinic space. I still go into homes and going into like private schools and daycares and preschools. So you can still operate, and I have hired contractors who also do the same thing. So I still am not paying a lot of overhead in terms of the space. It's mostly just materials. I had to do 5 tests and all that in the beginning, but a lot of things I just had for my first couple of years of just, I already was that person that was going to the thrift store getting toys, if you were the pediatric population, that is. I already had a bunch of toys. They were taking up all of my space. Even now, my car has a bunch of toys in it. I cannot give anyone a ride if you ask. There's a lot of toys. But, so I already just kind of collected things as I went, and so I didn't have to purchase a bunch of things to get started. And I still don't have a lot. I do have a summer program, so that is the only time where I'm really paying for a space that I use. And that was one of the things that I actually used to boost my clientele for my weekly clients, was to start a summer program, and I did a talk about that actually not too long ago.
I have a question. Also, Ms. Ebony, you can also touch on this as well. How do you guys deal with the idea of imposter syndrome within the private practice? As far as, oh, who already has one, so why we're in the same area, why don't I open one up? How do you differentiate that between a collective that's already present?
That's a good question. So someone just, I get so many DMs, and someone just DM'd me and say, hey, and if you're here, stand up. But she said, hey, you on Evan's podcast, and I'm involved and I'm opening up a private practice too. And he wants you to think, oh, but let me say this. What's for you is for you. There's nobody else that can do you the way that you do you. So, it's imposter syndrome, and I'm just one of those people, it's kind of like, I really don't care. And then even when it comes, and just to tie in a little bit about what we've been talking about, this has really been on my spirit to say. I don't want you guys to feel as though living in unoffense will get you farther than living offended all of the time. So I am digressing a little bit because this has been on my spirit. So I don't want you guys to be so offended by the Caucasian population that you're like sitting in a room with your arms crossed and your nose turned up. It's like you have the ability to not be offended, right? And you have your response is your responsibility. So if you can change the whole situation around. You don't have to be so offended that it impedes on your self-thinking or your confidence and things like that. Because what's for sure and for certain is that in the Bible there were not black and whites. There were just not. And so we're dealing with something called systematic racism. And even though we're dealing with it, we do not have to succumb to it. So please just try, you guys, not to live in offense. And that was, I digress because I really wanted to say that. That was on my spirit. I don't want you guys to leave here angry more so. Like, we are powerful beings. If we were not as black women, we wouldn't be dealing with half of the stuff we deal with.
That's how we be bosses.
Exactly. So I just don't want you guys to walk away angry with white people.
First, you're going to say your response is your responsibility.
That's a good point, Christina. Be aware, but not be angry. Don't let it stop you. Yeah.
Ebony, did you have something to say on that?
Yes, so I want to
in our space, specifically as Black women. So I thought about of course for school contracts, like many of you know me. That's my whole Instagram page is dedicated to the contract clean course. And as I was ready to develop this course, I remember looking at Instagram and searching for SLP business coach, and only one person came up, and that's one of my good friends, Dr. Husband. But I thought to myself, why is there not a Black woman who is doing what Jen is doing and encouraging other Black women to start putting practices and to get educated and to learn about the business side of our profession? And so that was kind of the fuel for me to move forward with this course, which has been very successful. Thank you for completing my course. Yeah, so thank you guys for your support. But then it activated this whole, I'm a little extra, so I was like, wait, if I can teach one course, and it's, obviously since I'm socially and social, why can't I like open it up to even more courses? So then I started looking into developing this platform, SLP Business School. That's what I'm doing right now. And I partnered with people like Jenna, and I partnered with people like Richard and other people who are already out there doing their thing. They can be a resource to us too. So what Quintina said is true about don't feel, intimidated or offended that other people are doing something that you want to do. They can help you as well. So, I highly encourage each of you to think about what is something that I'm very skilled at that I can do for profession and also make money, right? They are two SLP, they're choosing for someone who's doing amazing things, with her platform. And I did see her Tuesday last week or Tuesday. We had a board meeting here. And her platform, so there's so many talented women here. And I think that especially in today's day and age with the online platform, you literally can start a business doing anything. So that's I want to add something to this. Hi, I'm Courtney. Hey, Courtney. Courtney, she's just reference. I'm not a teacher cake artist. So I wanted to add on that topic because I specialize in speech language disorders and only work with kids Black sisters by ourselves. So when somebody calls me or someone says, I'm also opening a private practice or I'm going to be in the same area, I'm in Alexandria, there's tons of SLPs in Alexandria. And I think that's a good thing because my focus is so narrow, so I need people to refer to. So it's not a competition. I need other people to reference to. So if somebody calls me and they say, I have a 20-month-old that has dysphagia, that's not my speed. So I'm going to call them and say, yeah, I know you. And that's what I did early on. I started reaching out to other private practice owners, specifically in my city, because I wanted to have a list of references.
I completely agree, and that's pretty much what I was going to say. We were roommates for 2 years in college, so we have a lot of things. So it's a great person to bounce my ideas off of too. But yeah, I agree. There's never a scarcity of clients. There are always more clients in my. I'm always full, to be honest. So when someone is opening up a practice, especially if they're Black, I am excited because that is one more person that I am going to be referring the people that I can't take on to. And I'm always excited to refer to people who look like me and who can understand our people better than somebody else.
And what are some tips to build your clientele?
What are some good referrals? Wait, are there any questions about anything so far? Yes.
Hey, what's the prayer?
Continuous prayer.
Basically asking for his divine plan. Lord, get rid of all of the things that I want for me. And give me what it is that you want for me. And so one of the things that I know God has for me are bigger platforms. And God speaks to me a lot in my dreams, a lot. And so I share with Ebony some of my dreams. Down to what my husband looks like, right? If you believe God doesn't talk, it's because you're not in the Word as much. And so my prayer was really just to give me what it is that you want for me. And if I don't need it, if I don't want it, if you're not the person that I need to work with, please remove them from where I am. And then also, I'm also I have just became an inventor. so I don't want you guys to think that it's the only thing that you can do. I know the speech pathologist, even my sister, she's older than me. Let me not put her age out there. She's older than me, but and she's on my she didn't call up all my family, Lord, I'm like, Jesus. But my sister, she's older than me, and she's like, I'm just about to work my job and go home. Like, I'm not doing all of this. And so that's how a lot of speech pathologists become burnt out. And even with private practice, you can burn out so much so that I even started to do something else in the form of hair care. So by the grace of God, my invention will be in Target and Walmart and all of those other things very soon. So I don't want you guys to think that you have to limit yourself to just one thing. And then also to agree, find something, there's so many holes in technology. So many things are left undone. When I was working for Eagle Academy Public Charter School, I said, every professional development, we're sitting in our offices. Nobody is coming to professionally develop the speech pathologist. So, I said, I'm going to be that continuing education provider. And so just a few months ago, we got credentialed by EXTRA to become CE providers. So soon I will be traveling around the world teaching as an African American woman, continuing education courses with people that don't look like me. So find out where that hole is, like Jordan with the materials, apparel, mentorship, like just find out where that hole is and make something of that. Because you can. They've already given us the base of it. They've already given us the information. Just figure out where you can help, get that thing, and take your income up.
No, I think that told you very well.
Yes.
Hello, it's me again, not with the question, but with the statement. So I just wanted to say and comment on how powerful these types of meetings and summits are. I've been practicing SLP for about 15, 16 years, and I always knew that I would start my own business one day, but I kept putting it out. And just like Christina, just like Christina, I was like, oh my God, I'm cool where I am. No reason to start putting more work on myself and starting a business just yet. But then when I was getting to a place, I think it was about the right time, I was seeking things out and finding things. I found Ebony's Instagram page on Instagram. I learned about an event last year called the Black SLPs and Private Practice Summit. Yeah. And I was,
Number 17.
And I was telling Dr. Christina that summit was very transformative for me because it did show me different ways I could do a private practice. My initial thought was, you gotta be, staying alone, going to people's houses, or have a clinic. And I didn't want to do either one of those. I actually like working in school contracts, and I had been doing that, or working in schools. So after doing that summit, I learned like all these different options and ways for having a business and starting to make money, because we're gonna do, right? As a speech pathologist, and then I started my business a few months. I started putting the plans in motion, saving up money for some of those expenses, licensing, all that stuff, business license. But saving up money, talking to people, connecting with other practice owners in Charlotte, putting us together so that we can connect. I was just trying to surround myself with more business owners in speech pathology. Pretty much now, they're already surrounded by friends who are entrepreneurs. Yes. So yeah, I just wanted to say like this, I'm really grateful for this type of platform and for all of you who are younger than I am, or and thinking about, like you said, Dr. Christina, I can't start my own business until I have more experience, 2 years or whatever. It's not true. And these types of things
experiences and surroundings are pivotal to us. So, thank you.
Okay, so survey, how many people are over the chiropractor now? Okay. We have another question from the hand in the back. Is that it?
Oh yeah, hi. I was gonna say, when I was in the practice, money and one sleep.
Time and new time.
But I didn't really know what I was doing actually, but I learned a lot and I ended up falling into so many different areas. So for instance, one of the things I decided to do to distinguish my practice, I didn't want to take insurance. So if you're gonna do that, you really gotta offer something different. So I called mine intensity. So I said your child or your adult has to come in for 2 hours and tell okay, let me tell you what I was doing. For 2 hours, right, as I said, it's intensity, frequency, you have to do this to train the brain, all this other stuff. So I went with that model. I had to pay for 6 sessions. So even when I had one clinic, so I would say probably up to 200, maybe about $16,000. I swear, I promise. It blew my mind. Reading teachers started sending them to me and all this other stuff. So I had one woman to work in my office to the Wilson reading program, and another one to work with dyslexia. They know more about dyslexia in school, but they have to have somebody to resource it. And then when I got in school, I found out that I could do executive speech therapist because the parents were asking me, I pay you whatever you charge at school. I was charging $1,500 for an evaluation.
One more time, is like, how much is it charge for?
Sing it out again.
I'm gonna write it down for you now.
And people didn't, I got that from the neuropsychologist because she was outside charging $2,500. So I just, people don't know that, but outside, and anybody can get, we don't agree with the IEP or the people, and parents don't know that. So I had one parent who educated me. Simply because she was a white, who had a black child, really white area, and she was getting a lot of stuff. So she said, oh, you know why, but I really wanted you because you're black. But I learned so much. So other parents could be willing to pay. So I advertised and I did, and so many things you guys don't know that you can be doing. And then I did that, and then I really went on the deep end because I was trained in what you call electrical acupuncture, and I started a cognitive thing with that. I did a bunch of stuff. Then people were all into this thing called human integration. I hired an OT to go into. There was so many, and I was in that sleep. Oh, I came to the office and I be talking to them in the wait room. Yeah, but and so now I trained somebody for more practice, but I'm opening a new one in Delaware. But I remember the students who worked with me from the school, they bought my practice because I left them with everything. And but it was so many things that were so many points, and I think we limit ourselves. And then the time I worked for, it's called the Raphael Dental Center, so I was a dental supervisor, so people don't know that. Dental office, and I did, and so you said, well, I took the dental stuff into my own practice and said, no, because all the dental hygienists do it, and they make the bills off of it, and speech pathologists don't know because it's actually our field. They had to get certified, and I said, we don't, I already have it, it's part of my 12 years. So I started getting all these kids with kids for ADHD. I went around to dental office, did a little speech, and I had all those little kids out straightening their teeth without braces. Yes, we can. Straightening their teeth without braces. Yes, they all had speech. If you look in their mouth, which is oral motor, they all had inflamed adenoids. So I started making tons of money. I charged $2,500 to do that for 10 weeks. All the fast days because we were so stuck. I did not take any insurance, and I made the most money doing that. Even to the therapist, but it was unique because I said, we're going to know what my program is. And you have to be a good salesperson. And I always said, if you don't have them in the first 20 minutes, you sell them up. Because they're going to be the first 20 minutes I did my consult, you get 20 minutes and you got to come in. You got to pay me $180 to sit and do the whole consultation. But you have to be really good at it. Then I went into so many, I always had so much fun with private practice. You guys don't know, you don't have to be stuck sitting in the insurance. You just need to think. Think about it. But I'm telling you, you guys can be second. I mean, we're talking like old school. I was trying to raise my hand. I'm telling you that one of the things we should do as part of our training should be advocacy that volunteers should do that because they have enough people to sit for IEPs, to sit for CPM, and all those situations. Nobody sits for them. That should be part of our training. It should be part of the hours that we do. So I did that because I was like, no, I thought the school stuff was a lot of bullshit to me. Because I swear to God, they had me do, I don't think doing the teller thing on out. This is active and passive voice to can't get free. And I always said, listen, when it was never designed, it was only designed to just to be players. I mean, so we gotta get together and change it ourselves. So we keep battling the system that was never designed, and it's doing its job. It really is. That's what it's just feeling like it. So I think, you know what? Take that school, be it that they let's not up there speak pathologists to go against me at the table. And we were in there signing statistics and like, I'm not. They don't have the time that I do to pay $1,800 to sit here. And I said, no, you don't pay me for my travel, you pay me for my time. So, and that's what I do. So it's just not sitting at the table and sitting in my practice at a gym. Because that's not how to bring it about. So I said, you have to do what you balance and doing the stuff next to me. I had them on balance for a student. So I made my practice that I had them coming to, I went there, but I'm coming here, the word spread, you started calling me the miracle, the phone model. But it was though.
Yeah, I just wanted to co-sign on that because I also private pay. I've never taken insurance either, but my area is AAC, and there are not that many AAC providers, even in the DC metro area, which you would think that there are plenty, but there just aren't that many. So I don't really have to like look for clients. I don't have to really spread the word that I have a private practice. They just come to me now, and it's just like, oh, well, we know that you can do AAC and you do it very well. So I agree, they're paying for your time and your knowledge because it's not about, okay, I spent 8 hours doing this. It's about that I studied this for 8 hours in the past doing this, so now I know how to do it.
So yes, listen, guys, I'm really glad that you talked on how your private practice per se turned into so many different avenues, right? So sometimes we think about private practice as a niche thing, like bill, find clients, this, but it can be an array of things. So I'm really glad that you shared that experience. So yes,
Say again, Miss Gladys. We all need Gladys.
Would you share your contact information?
Or say,
SLP. One more time. G S is in my name. So
Do you have any social media?
Oh, got my money? I'm reopening right now in Delaware. Actually, I just got, and I'm going brick and mortar for 2 reasons because I'm going online as well. But I also developed my own cognitive training book, which I'm making it fine and that sort of stuff. I'm selling some of those I did my own. Here's why, because that's all my thing was. I started out with small, but cognition, and I don't really think we do it right. I think we do it very much from the corporate level. A lot of things should be subcorporate. So when I'm sitting in the IEP, and they're talking about working on writing and reading, or the OT forever talking about writing, you can't get no bull. You need to pay attention. So when we're talking about reading, you haven't gotten rhythm and rhyme yet. So I was like, that's actually where you need to begin. So we're at the top of the thing that you want to follow. So that was my unique approach, and that's what I would do. I'll let you know what next time.
Real quick, the last topic I want to touch, and you touched on this a little bit, is money, right? The revenue. How do you kind of contextualize that whole revenue? Like, some people go in thinking that first month they're going to make a rent, or they're going to make a whole bunch, and then you get it off of it. So, and that's what you know.
So, yeah, when I first started, I was working as a full-time SLP. And so I was thinking I would get this huge check for $500. Then I got a check for $25. And that's because it was insurance. So I don't want you guys to look at insurance as like a horrible thing to take, because it's not. What I had to do was figure out how to bill strategically, how many sessions, what codes to learn. And also, I want you guys to remember, if you are in the Washington, D.C. area or the suburbs or Maryland, a lot of people don't have the income to pay you. They just don't. So if you want to do a service, insurance might be beneficial for you. So it's not always don't take insurance, don't do it, because I just got a $40,000 check from Maryland Medicaid. Okay, so it's not about I don't want you guys to say I'm just going to take this. Give your patient some options, because obviously they have a child with a disability that they cannot handle. You can come in and be the angel or the help that they need to get their child to a certain level. It does depend on where your business is located. As far as your income and your revenue, I'm located in Waldorf, where there are a lot of middle class individuals, and because it's becoming gentrified, Mary Farms is moving to Waldorf. Central City is moving to Waldorf. Minnesota Avenue is moving to Waldorf. So it really helps to do the insurance thing. And some people can pay out of pocket as well. I just wanted to talk on that. But when I first started out, when I was at my school job, I was making about $5,000 every 2 weeks. And so now my company brings in every month probably about $40,000 to $50,000 every month. And so I'm at a place where, yeah, I do work hard, but when you first start out, you're not gonna be at that. You have to go for the long haul. And just like she was saying in the back, Miss Gladys was saying, I'm sorry, Miss Gladys. Just like Miss Gladys was saying, definitely you're going to have to grow to where you want to go, basically. You're not going to start off at this place. And just be aware of that. I was making this money in schools, but then I literally more than quadrupled the income of the company within a year. Right now, you have to be patient with that time. And we have a wait list of like 50 people who are trying to get in. Because everybody around them who doesn't accept insurance, they're going to come to the person that's accepting insurance, and I can't even, if y'all looking for a job, if y'all want to come to Waldorf, please be my guest. But I cannot even maintain. We can talk about it. But also, my company is teletherapeutic. So we were teletherapeutic before COVID. And so most of my clinicians are telehealth. And so I really don't need an office, but we also do ABA therapy as well. So start thinking about the other disciplines that you can bring in. Right now, Ebony has OT, PT, and speech, and school contracts. So, yeah.
So with my company this year is actually going to have its first $1 million It was a lot of work, okay? But what really helped me at the beginning was having someone who told me no when it wasn't time to speak, and yes when it was okay. And that person happens to be my husband. He works in finance. He works for a large technology company. And his job is literally to tell people, no, that's out of our budget. We're not spending that on whatever software they're trying to develop. So at first, I was very intent on getting a clinic space. And he said, no, I'm not going to approve that. I was I'm not going to approve that. And I was like, well, I'm going to go ahead and do it anyway. And he's like, no, we're not getting that. And luckily he said no, because of course we ended up having a pandemic, right? And so I started out with doing home visits, and the way that we scaled to $1 million practice was what Ms. Gladys said, which was, diversifying our services in what we offered. So I was offered a chance to contract with the district in telehealth before teletherapy was a thing. I did not know anything about teletherapy, but I said, sure, we can do that. So that was kind of the first exercise I got into. And then we were asked to be an AAP evaluation vendor. So in our state, there's only 5 companies that do AAP at all. So they have to be in network with those 10 companies, and they only open up that opportunity every so many days. So they asked me, I was on a conference call, and literally, my health center said, we have on the conference call and said, hey, we want to partner with you. Do you want to do this?
was like, sure. And literally sent my friend a text, this gentleman who has pediatrics, like, I need your help. And he and I had worked together years ago, and he has been instrumental in helping me get this AAC program off the ground. So those AACs, they pay lots of money. The training that comes with AACs, pay lots of money. So that, all those extra streams of revenue is what really helps catapult us to the next level. The school contracts are clinic, I have 2 clinic locations, we have different homes, we do telehealth, anything that comes my way, I'm going to say yes, because I know that that's an opportunity not just for my patients, but also for clinicians, and we have experience doing multiple things.
So diversify what you offer.
Diversify what you offer.
And I think that that is a great thing, and obviously you can hear from others that that is an amazing goal to aspire to. For me, I realized that for me, switching from being school-based and now I'm on the AAC team in my county, that actually allows me so much more flexibility in my schedule and in my day, because now I'm just consulting with teachers and staff, and occasionally working with students directly, but I'm not, hustling and having that 8-hour, 8 sessions back to back with the groups. And so that allows me to have more energy at the end of the day to see my clients, and to drive around all around the DMV and stay in traffic on the 495 and all of that. And I wouldn't be able to do that if I had stayed being school-based. So it's not necessarily about I need to leave this one job to then be able to do private practice full time. It's more just I had to think about it differently. How can I still keep getting those great benefits and that paycheck from the school system, but maybe not being so burnt out where I was.
So we have a home health company, medical supplies system that, but what we find is hard to find SLPs. So I just wanted to say on behalf of the sisters who have private practices, guys, don't be so afraid to give us a chance. Don't be so quick to go to these big companies and they can't pay us. We've got some sisters who are bosses, but we need help. Have awesome SLPs to help us in our businesses as well. So, seek out those small companies that also.
You gotta start somewhere.
Yeah, you gotta start somewhere. And you don't have to worry about being a part of that. Just a number and you're part of our family. So that's what we have to say.
Elementary too.
So it's out there. So before you start looking at stepping stones and all that, see how it's
Yeah, I think Ms. Gladys mentioned this earlier about having a good sales pitch, and Latina talked about thinking about when you're starting your private practice, your population. What are, I guess, or maybe everyone can add to this about what key factors that you might want to have in your sales pitch, or when you're pitching to getting contracts, and then also what are some other things that you might want to think about, some factors when developing your private practice.
So again, I don't usually market that much anymore, but I would say when people do ask, I pretty much just share what my area is and what my passion is. And because as AAC, and that's not, offered by every practice, or at least not very well, then it's usually pretty much just a sell on its own. But it's more about talking about why it's necessary. And because the kids and the adults that I work with are very complex communication, they have complex communication needs. A lot of it is talking about how I can really help them as a family unit to really facilitate the communication, and not necessarily saying you need me because my rates are lower than this person. Because that's nice, and that could be a good selling point, but they really want to know how you're actually going to help them.
Yeah, and I would definitely say make sure when you are trying, first of all, I don't really market. People ask me all the time, how do you get your clients? And that's one of the good things about being with insurance companies, because Kaiser will send us about 5 people a week, and it's kind of slow down. This is a lot to take on. So, like I said, we have a 40 to 50 persons wait list. And the only issue is that we cannot find speech pathologists. And what's more detrimental is that these kids are not being seen because there's none of us to see them, which is why also I started to do teletherapy. Our father's client was in Abu Dhabi. So we can reach these people, but you definitely have to put yourself in a place where you are willing to take different insurances, get the contract, and things of that nature. And also, do not let anybody tell you what your price is. That's the main thing. I had literally like 3 weeks ago, a client called me and she said, well, like his name is Tom, we'll just say it's Tom. Well, I just felt my admin had to give me the phone. She's like, I can't deal with her. She said, well, I just feel you didn't do anything. All you did was show him some pictures and you wrote down some stuff, but you didn't do anything. It should this evaluation should not cost $400, and I'm going to report you. Whoa. And so the thing about it is, if you guys go to Target and tell them that coat for $80 is too much money, no, you don't do that. You pay for the coat that's $80. And surprisingly, she was in the medical field. And the report that was written up was at least 6 pages. So y'all know it had to be a lot of information on that. And so just don't let anybody tell you what your price is. Because we didn't go to school for 7 to 10 years for somebody to tell you that $75 is too much to pay an hour. You are worth it. Make sure you know that you are worth it. Set your prices and be stern on that. There are not a lot of speech pathologists, and there are not a lot of people who know how to do what it is that you do.
And turn to your neighbor and say, you are worth it. You are worth it. That's your price. Okay, so we do a poll survey. What you get? Everybody tell me what you got today. Surprise. What else? You have heard my favorite. What else? One more time. Your response is your responsibility. What else? Ooh, okay. What else? Just start. One more for the home stretch. Be unique. You got 2 more. It starts with a thought. One more. Find out what the holes are where you can help. Find out what the holes are where you can help. Yeah, y'all made it. You made it. I'm just going to switch gears real quick. Okay, so we're going to actually switch this in real quick too. So we're going to do segregated science first, and then we'll do pitch please afterwards. Is that okay with y'all? Yeah. Are we listening? Are y'all listening? We're almost done. We're almost done. It's been powerful, but needing information. So
Absolutely, that was very informative.
So, come here one day, okay? That's not bad. So we're going to do chair yoga. This is another one. So you're going to put your hands up high. Open your hands up. Stretch over to the right side. Stretch over to the left side. Stretch. Stretch all the way to the back so you push the back. Now we're going to touch the floor. Give it to the chair.
Okay, correct.
So you guys want to like just kind of stretch, go quick, use the restroom. We're going to bring up Dr. Forbes and Marcus Sills Gadsden for segregated science. DJ, can you have a word? Natalie, please. Okay. How are we doing? Check in. Are we alive and well, honey? Yes? Are we live, baby? Okay, we here. So, this topic is one of my favorites, because I am a teacher at SLP. So, this gets to me in all ways, so we'll get into this. So, I'm honored again, I was honored to introduce these wonderful, powerful women. Dr. Flores here, I'm going to run for Dr. You know. And then we're going to give up for Dr. Celeste Jackson here. Okay, so I'll pass the mic over. Firstly, any medical, anything in the medical, future, past, present. Okay, good. We here. There's a lot of schools to get it. I got y'all. Okay? It's like we got time. Okay, so I'll pass over the mic to these ladies so they kind of introduce themselves and then we'll get right into it. Sounds good? All right, let's do it.
Hi. Yeah, so my name is Jessica Forbes, and I don't know where to begin, but I did my bachelor's in New York at City Albany. I went to the College of St. Rose, UA. Cool. Yeah, so I did my master's at the College of St. Rose, and then went back down to New York. That's where I'm from. Practiced there. Had a practice, did acute care, emergency SNF, did home care, treated patients privately. That was a lot of fun. Decided to get a PhD from Howard University. And then while there, I connected with Dr. Inessa Humberg, and she became my external mentor, went in for swallowing, and put up in my education and research at the University of Iowa. Graduated, and I'm currently a postdoc, research scientist at the University of Florida, study, voice and motor control.
Here we go now.
I am data trainer Celeste Jackson. I got my undergraduate degree at South Carolina State University. All right. I did my master's at Towson University and my PhD at the University of Georgia. It's actually the first African American to graduate with a PhD in communication in 2019. So, yeah.
I just in September finished my postdoc at Georgetown in neurology, and I wrote a K-12 grant, and so now rehabilitation medicine and sciences studying health disparities in African American stroke survivors with aphasia.
Okay, so I see how heavy it's gonna get. So, first question is kind of a survey. Who knows exactly what health disparities is? Raise your hand. Y'all know what health disparities is? Raise your hand. Yes, raise your hand. Okay, cool. That's where we're gonna start. So I'll pass it over to Dr. Sylvia and we'll kind of start there and then that way.
Yeah, so health disparities are avoidable circumstances where differences occur between groups of people based on socioeconomic status, color, education. Oftentimes when we think about health disparities, they're intertwined to race, but they are interdependent. They're interdependent, but they are different. It just so happens, given the way structural systems of racism have been put in place, to where oftentimes you see lower economic groups and minoritized groups facing some of these systems that have been put in place for years, from redlining to Jim Crow, that we're still navigating systems that are not meant for us, to be honest.
Yeah, that was great. Yes, so you also have to consider, I think what happens for many of us is where do they live? What do they have access to? So you're going to find that because of their location, because of the area code, because of the stores, because of the deserts that they might be living in, that's causing them to then have greater issues than someone else in another area code. So that plays a role. You're predisposed to certain conditions due to things that are unavoidable or out of your control. And so that's where we're going to end up having that disparity in here.
I guess we'll start with being you guys working in the healthcare setting. How do you communicate and bring about awareness about health disparities to your patients?
So to my patients, so I am Caribbean American. So when I practice where I practice, my patients were also Caribbean, non-Americans. So Russian, Italian, Chinese, or across the Caribbean. So when I have these patients, I'm like, you might want to chill out the saltfish. And I'm not going to be eating so many rotis, because this is why you have a problem here right now. So I would talk to them in such a manner, like, look, I'm here to help you. You want to go back to work. You're going to need, this diabetes is kind of nasty. Like, you got to get it under control. So when I'm being able to be a part of the community, and they can look at me and say, oh, you're like my daughter, then I can talk to you like I'm your daughter. And I'm going to say, I know I'm not the nurse, but I did just take your blood pressure. This is a concern. Or, I know you're not supposed to be eating that boiled cake. I just know. I can tell you the same thing. So in those sort of ways, I can sort of get to them in a way where it's not here's a sheet of paper of the diet you're supposed to have, and I can connect with you deeper. I can connect with you about the culture. But I can connect with you about the things that I know that you want to get back to, so that you can be motivated to make those changes.
Perfect example. I often don't start on bedside. You guys with the typical open your mouth, take out your time. 9 times out of 10, I'm dealing with a person of color or a brown or black person. I'm asking them, do you know what's going on right now? Do you know why I am here? And 9 times out of 10, they say, no. So for me, it's more so kind of thinking about health disparities is health literacy. Okay? So understanding exactly what my purpose is, what happened to you that brought you in this setting, right? Just orienting them to why I'm here. So that's how I start. Before I get into the eval, before I get into the meditation, before I get into any of that, it's solidifying my purpose. That's what
And I think for me, especially working with individuals with aphasia and their family members, is letting them know, like, look, these health disparities are here, whether where you live, how can we help you move through this? So food deserts are real. You know, when you think about food deserts, this all goes back to, you know, redlining and some of these systems to where I collected my research data in an area in Atlanta where I remember one day being hungry and the only thing there was KFC, Taco Bell, churches, like all the things. And, you know, a lot of times, even for my family, they're like, well, what are we supposed to eat? And so for me, going into those spaces, it was letting them know, like, okay, so this is what's happening. This is what's contributing to your high blood pressure. What can we do together to help move you throughout this space? Because, you know, if not, you're going to continue to be back in here for yourself. It's a real possibility.
Yeah, it's funny. Like that, you know, KFCs, which you also see as an dialysis center.
Right now.
Right next door.
And it's all purposeful. And I think that that's one of the things where I think that platforms like this is so powerful because we have the tools to where now we're aware. You know, and that's one of the things that I'm trying to help within the field. Like, this is going to happen. These individuals are going back into these spaces. And so many times you get, oh, and the person wasn't complying with their medication. But where's the pharmacy in their neighborhood? You know, it's not always a matter of someone not wanting to do things. It's about the systems that are put in place that make it more challenging for them to do these things.
So sorry. It was such a great point. Not the patient is the issue, it's my colleagues that are the issue. They don't understand that the recommendation doesn't make sense for that patient, right? Whether it's themselves or based on where they live, based on what they have access to. They're never going to follow up with their primary care. They haven't seen their primary care in 6 months. You're supposed to know that. Or if you knew that for them to get to their primary care, they have to get a bus and then a train, and now they're paralyzed. So how are they going to get on that? They don't have access to ride because already get access to like you have to apply now and then wait about 6 months and then hope that they'll get approved and then they'll show up. So they're not getting there. So it's not normally for me. It's not only the patient that has to do much of the explanation,